Esteemed delegates, we have come to the third day of our webinar, VOCAS. Let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty. Sister Jisna and Sister Anu will lead us with a prayer song.
Shall be showers of blessing. This is the feast of love. There shall be seasons refreshing, with sunrise in evermore. Showers of blessing, showers of blessings we need. Mercy drops on us of holy. Showers we plead. For the showers we plead.
The principal and the faculty of Sneha Sadan College of Special Education, Angamali, welcomes all the delegates on day 3 of VOCAS International Seminar, this beautiful and sultry morning. The 3-day international webinar VOCAS on vocational assessment, job analysis, job identification, and job selection is organized and conducted in collaboration with Rehabilitation Council of India. Sneha Sadan College of Special Education belongs to the congregation of Mother of Carmel, Mary Mata Province, Angamali. The founder of CMC is Saint Father Kuriakos Elias Chavra. Our vision is God is our strength and my life. Our mission is to enlighten every teacher trainee through moral, intellectual, aesthetic, and spiritual values. Our goal is to spew forth moral, intellectual, aesthetic. Our goal is to spew forth education, training, rehabilitation, and inclusion of handicapped in the society by empowering authentic and competent teachers with dedication to the cause. Both B.Ed and D.Ed program is recognized by Rehabilitation Council of India. We will be commencing the webinar in a short while. Can you hear me? Delegates, please note, we request all our participants to put your mobile on silent mode and mute your audio. The question answer session will be at the end of each session, and all the participants are requested to send in your queries to the chat box so that we can save time. We will be sending a Google form for your valid feedback. A master's and a doctorate in social work. He was the head of the Department of Social Work in Sri Shankara University of Sanskrit Kaladi, Kerala for 14 years, currently the professor in the department. He assumes the post of the president of the Association of Schools in Social Work in Kerala. He was the director of the Planning and Development Department of SSUS. He is also the director of the Career Guidance and Counseling Center and Equal Opportunity Cell of the university. He has 25 years of postgraduate teaching and training experience to his credit in the social work education sector. He is also approved as the research guide of both Mahatma Gandhi University and Sri Shankara University. He serves at different universities as the mentor or chairman of various academic administration boards and councils. He has published 4 books along with more than 25 research-based articles in various professional journals and magazines. He has presented more than 100 academic papers in different years, an acclaimed trainer on creativity, development, professional competencies, personality profiles, developmental projects, programs, and socio-cultural analysis. He is an active researcher on various issues related to human development and social processes. He is also a vibrant research trainer in the development sector. Delegates, I invite today Dr. Jose Anthony with immense privilege and pleasure to enrich us on the topic of vocational counseling. Dr. Jose Anthony, the virtual stage is yours.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay. Thank you, Minnie, for having a wonderful introduction. Am I audible?
Yes,
I think you can listen to me.
yes.
Okay. So we will begin with. So I really appreciate and thank Sneha Sadan College of Special Education for taking up this specific issue of vocational counseling and rehabilitation and organizing such a wonderful international webinar online. And this seems to be a continuous feature with Sneha Sadan College for Special Education right now, that they are organizing a number of national and international programs. That's a great sign that an academic institution is growing and getting really powerful with the educational involvement and contributions. So really a big applause to the organizers, the team behind, and also for the participants who have really supported the program. So thanks a lot and congratulations to each one and all. And also I thank the team for giving me an opportunity to be here to deliberate a bit on vocational counseling and vocational rehabilitation process. Basically, I'm presenting this session in 2 segments. The first segment will be basically with the vocational rehabilitation process, how it is. And in the second part, I will be doing with the vocational counseling per se. I'm sorry that I'm talking from my university department right now. Sort of agitation of my students is going on. So it may disturb for 4 or 5 minutes if it happens. So please excuse me if it happens. Otherwise, I will be continuing. If it really disturbs you, tell me.
Sure, Father. Father, are you there? Dr. Jose, are you there?
Hello,
Yeah.
Minnie, can you hear me?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. This is a campaign they are doing for their political association. So it may go on for 3-4 minutes if
But
I don't know.
right now we
Otherwise,
can't. We are okay. We don't have any disturbance except that we
yeah,
didn't see you for a while. That's all.
yeah. So
But now
I
you're
went to close the door. That's all.
okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So shall we begin with?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I have divided this entire session into two segments. First segment will be for the vocational rehabilitation process, what it is, how it is, what we do in that. Then comes the vocational counseling per se with its process. So this is basically what we are going to discuss today. And I most welcome your queries and basic deliberations, so that we also understand that you are following and you are listening to it. If you can have your queries or questions towards the end, as the organizers have really planned out. So welcome everybody to this process. Let us try to have a screen share. Hello,
Yes.
can you see
Yes,
the
doctor. We can see, but can you make it full screen, please? We can see, but if you make it full screen, it will be more visible. I mean, the quality would be better, I think.
yeah, let me try that. Hello, hello,
Yeah, Professor.
hello, can
Yes,
you see
Professor.
the screen
Now it's
now?
good.
Hmm?
Yes.
Okay, so we will begin with the session is basically on vocational rehabilitation and vocational counseling process. So let me start with a small description on what is vocational rehabilitation, because I know almost every participant in this international webinar are one way or other way engaged with vocational rehabilitation of special children or people who are in need of care and protection. People with disorders or disabilities who needs a specific support mechanism at different levels to take care of the life and to pull on with their difficulties into a meaningful, dignified existence. So that is a concern we are also basically doing with. Before we begin with vocational rehabilitation, I would like to have a small description on what is rehabilitation talking about. The real meaning of the word rehabilitation. I know you are not unfamiliar, but I'm just refreshing your knowledge so that we can continue and proceed with these two major segments with. So rehabilitation, the word means basically to rehabilitate. Habilitate means to be in a habitat. A habitat is a space or a place where everybody is enjoying a dignified, meaningful existence with all relations and networks, where the person is capable to be happy, contributory, productive, and a person who is capable to express his or her innate potentials and expertise and find a meaningful way of life, that is dignified way of life. So habilitation, our family our neighborhood, our village, our social system with a meaningful livelihood and a meaningful network relationship is our habitat. Every living organism is having a habitat where it is dwelling, living. And once there is a disability, or once there is a disorder, or once there is a problem, either in the physical system, or in the emotional system, or in the psychological system, or maybe sometimes in the political system or economic system, that person or group of people really lose their habitat because of that problem. Sometimes they are amputated, sometimes they lose their intellectual capacity, sometimes they are not up to the physical development, sometimes they are not up to the intellectual development or emotional development or economic development, so they are not capable to meet both ends of their life situations. In such situations, they are either denied or prevented or lost with their original habitat. So rehabilitation means making those people capable to come back and enjoy the habitat in which they were enjoying the real meaning and happiness of life. Some people lose it, they have to rehabilitate it. So another phrase to mean rehabilitation is recapitulation. Recapitulation means recapturing. Recapturing means recapturing or regaining what is lost with. So all of us are trying to make our children or adults with disabilities, maybe physical disabilities or psychological disabilities or social disabilities, to regain their meaningful social existence, dignified entity within their happy habitat. So that's our concern. So once we try to make them back to their habitat through rehabilitation, either in terms of community-based rehabilitation or in terms of institution-based rehabilitation, as the classical duo talks about, IPR, IBA, what to say, institution-based rehabilitation, IBR, and community-based rehabilitation, CBR. So we are familiar with the process of rehabilitation and recapitulation. And here, one of the most important domain or dimension of rehabilitating an individual with a disability is basically rehabilitating them to a meaningful vocational engagement. Because almost every person with a psychological or physical or a social disability really suffers a lot with a meaningful livelihood, engagement, and a meaningful earning system. If they don't have a meaningful earning system or a meaningful engagement or a meaningful employment vocational system, the person become cumulatively dependent on others with their weaknesses or disabilities, and also with their inability to have their dignified livelihood. They will be depending on others for their food, their shelter, their clothing, and their basic requirements. Apart from their physical or psychological weaknesses and disabilities, they will be cumulatively dependent on the benevolent people or the well-wishers who have a mind to support them. But unfortunately, it's a reality that in the modern times or in the contemporary world, we find very, very difficult situations in which the physically or psychologically weaker sections in the social system find it difficult to find to engage them or to find a meaningful, dignified livelihood. So this is the reality. Even when you read the newspaper today, you have a case in that where a grown-up son has locked up their parents in a room, and unfortunately that 80-year-old man was dead, found dead. So people do this even now in the so-called developed contemporary technocratized, digitalized, highly, what to say, sensitized and civilized the social order, we find many of our physically and psychologically challenged people or weaker people or people with disabilities are really struggling and suffering without a meaningful engagement and a dignified livelihood and security systems. Though we have a number of welfare measures available to them, either in the process of disability or different welfare pension or welfare schemes, as well as with institutional care support systems, we find they develop a kind of psychological feeling that we are not worth, we are not taken into account, we are not contributing, we are not really doing something meaningful in the social system, and we become really dependent on others. So they don't want to be dependent like that. So this is a reality. So anybody, any teacher or any researcher or any social worker, any psychologist, any psychiatrist, any medical practitioner, or any parent, or any what to say, any people who are really concerned about this physically or psychologically challenged people have a fundamental responsibility to bring in meaningful vocational rehabilitation facilities available to the physically and psychologically deprived or what to say, disabled people in the system. So that is the context in which I'm talking to the people who are really engaged with or interested or concerned about these people, especially in their vocational rehabilitation system. So let us try to understand what is vocational rehabilitation. See, these are different versions on it. A continuous and coordinated process which involves the provision of vocational related services designed to enable a person with a disability to obtain an employment. So the first process is, we all, the people who are taking care of the physically and psychologically weaker people with disabilities, are responsible to do a continuous and coordinated process in which we make vocational related services and a meaningful employment to them. If they are employed, engaged, they feel worthy, they feel dignified, and they will start to lash out with their innate potentials, and they will slowly become relatively independent with their weaknesses. Therefore, this process is to enable a person with a disability to prepare for and obtain or retain suitable employment. So two basic terminologies are there. One is to obtain and second is to retain. One is to obtain and second is to retain. We support these people with disabilities to obtain. We will explain how to obtain. Obtain means to find, to gain, and to retain. We find a lot of people are getting an entry into the vocational system, but they unfortunately fail to continue that because of the various psychological, social, economical, or what to say, physical disabilities available to them or attached with them. So to develop vocational rehabilitation service system to enable PWs, that means people with disabilities, to prepare for, obtain and or maintain suitable employment, and another addition to that is dignified livelihood. Let them have their own dignified livelihood so that they need not go and beg to people, or they will not be at the mercy of the others, or they will not be at the disposition of the others to have a meaningful life, because they have their livelihood. Every day they have something to do by themselves to engage them and to contribute to the surroundings around. When we analyze a person who is mentally healthy, the most important characteristic features of a healthy person is two. There are two characteristics. One is that person is happy. he or she enjoys happiness within. When you feel happiness, when you do something good, when you get recognized, when you get accepted, when you do something positive, when you feel that, okay, I'm capable of doing something, I'm recognized, I'm accepted, I have my space in the social system. There are people who love me. There are people whom I can love with. So when you find all these type of facilities or systems around and within that individual, we find that person happy. And second characteristic feature is contributory and productive. A person in a social system, whether in a family or in a community or in an institution or in a village, is capable to contribute something to that system so that he or she can gain what is required for them. So all social services or social systems are a process of giving what I can and gaining or taking what I need. So the basic principle of justice is to contribute according to my capacities and to receive according to my needs. So every individual in the social system contribute according to their capacities and receive according to their needs. And if that happens, we say that society is a just society, a sustainable society, a system in which every individual human being lives happily and contribute what they can and enjoy the success or the services and merits of that social system. So this process can be a supportive service delivery for the sustainable and independent living with the dignity. So this is something which I would like to share with. In between, I don't know what happens because somebody is uh,
പിന്നെയും വരയ്ക്കുന്നു.
scrolling with their maybe system. So a lot of lines are coming on the screen, and slowly what will happen is the entire screen will not be visible to people.
Sorry,
So please
Father, we are
take
just
care.
checking it at our end. We are just checking it
Okay,
and
please
taking it
do,
out.
please do,
Sorry,
please
sorry
do.
for that,
Yeah.
Doctor.
Okay, it's not a problem for me, but I think it will become difficult for others to view the slides. Okay,
Yes, yes.
so this process can be a supportive service delivery for the sustainable and independent living with the dignity. So this is what we are looking for. So we have to really look upon the process. And now, what is the purpose of vocational rehabilitation system? I'm putting 4 purposes for that. That is, the primary purpose is to help PWD, people with disabilities. For what? 4 purposes. One is prepare for an employment. Because all people with disabilities have some problem to engage or to gain the ordinary employment. They may not be able to take up higher order responsibilities. They may not be able to take up higher order intellectual discourses. They may not be able to physically move and do whatever they really want to do in the system because they have physical, psychological, social, emotional difficulties with them. So the first responsibility of a rehabilitation professional is to prepare that individual or group of people to what to say, to obtain an employment. So prepare them. Second, once they are prepared or trained, next step is working to obtain gainful employment. Two important things. One is to obtain, and what you obtain? A gainful employment. It is not merely a voluntary engagement, or it is not merely a time passing engagement, but we want a person with a disability meaningfully engaged with a gainful employment, which means while they work in that system, they should gain what is required for their substantial living, and also something to save for the future, because they may not be able to work forever. So they need some possibility to to save and reserve something for their future. So that is what we really work for. So prepare for employment. Second, obtain gainful employment. Third, once they really go for obtaining this employment and maintaining and trying to maintain that employment, they may have a number of hurdles, issues, conflicts in the process. For example, they may not be able to prepare a resume, they may not be able to present their skills, they may not be able to communicate as the people want, they may not be able to travel in the system as they want, they may not be able to take up individual responsibility in the beginning. So they have lot of issues and conflicts. Sometimes the family may not be confident to send them. So there may be conflicts between the person and the family system. The employer and the employment system may not be supportive to it. They may not be contributing or giving equal response, what is a remuneration to them. So different situations where these people find conflicts, issues. So a rehabilitation professional has to support that individual to resolve these issues. Only once these issues are resolved, they will be able to continue or maintain that rehabilitation. So if you want to this person sustainably maintain and continue in that system of a meaningful engagement and a meaningful what to say income system, definitely we should not abandon them once they have an employment. Instead, continue with the process of supporting them. So these are the four major purposes of vocational rehabilitation process. One is prepare for an employment. Second, obtain gainful employment. Third, resolve issues and conflicts in the process. Fourth, continue supports to maintain the rehabilitation. So these are basically four purposes of vocational rehabilitation. Then vocational evaluation and adjustment of PWDs. So another responsibility factor with vocational professional or rehabilitation professional, that you should be able to evaluate this person and you should assess the suitability. That's what we are going to continue with. So do an assessment with medical, psychological, rehabilitation needs. What is the physiological condition? That is what we are assessing through the medical conditions. Is there any hazardous diseases or problems with the person? If so, you have to prepare or you have to check with that. Maybe visually impaired or hearing impaired. Hello? 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 Hello?
Professor, we can hear.
Yeah, in between, I think some voice comes in. So it will be
Professor?
good that people really switch off with their
We have
microphones.
muted, but I think in between somebody just came in. So we
Yeah,
muted the person again.
maybe. Okay, no problem. Yeah. So we would like to have a physical assessment of the person with different domains: visual capacities, hearing capacities, motor mobilities, or what to say, their kinetic abilities, their physical strength, their ability to travel, ability to sit in a position for a long time. So different medical physiological assessments are required. Similarly, with psychological assessments, their ability in calculation, their ability in reading, writing, their ability in what to say, in higher order thinking or remembering or creative working or relating or managing the relationship issues, emotional issues and all. So medical or physiological assessments, psychological assessments, and definitely we have to have a clear idea on the rehabilitation needs of the person. What this person really need with the rehabilitation? What is their need? How much money? How much requirement they have with his or her personal system and family system. Then assist in developing rehabilitation plans. I think most of you are either working with the special children in schools, or teachers who are working with them in the different dimensions of special children, or many of you may be teaching in colleges or specific institutions for special B.Ed or D.Ed in the educational system. Some of you may be working with physical rehabilitation systems, or locomotor rehabilitation systems. So what I say, every one of you, every rehabilitation professional, or every person who is really working with the system of special children should have the ability and skill to plan rehabilitation programs for their clients. It's not a responsibility of a rehabilitation person alone. It's the responsibility of the family. It's a responsibility of the teaching fraternity in a special education system. It's a responsibility of a counselor. It's a responsibility of a social worker. It's a responsibility of the state. It's a responsibility of everyone who is concerned to prepare and develop rehabilitation plans specifically. And once you do that, we have to sponsor physically handicapped registrants against notified identified vacancies. Not only physically, psychologically also is there, intellectually also is there. So once you prepare a plan, what do? You have to register, or you have to make this person apply against the identified and notified vacancies. There are government reservations, specific policies available. There are specific possibilities with various private establishments and industries. There are small scale engagement systems. There are financial services and schemes available to them. A number of subsidies, welfare services where these people can engage. So a rehabilitation professional should work in making these people as registrants against notified or identified vacancies. There are employment exchanges, or there are employment or vocational banks or database. So you work with the database and you register them against the current vacancies, anticipated vacancies, or the potential vacancies which may emerge in future. So you have to identify the possibilities. Then distribution centers for various schemes, scholarships, aids, appliances, application systems, and all. So at different institutions, the rehabilitation professionals can develop different distribution or service centers like Akshaya, or centers where you can really cater to the vocational needs of these people, where both their abilities, skills, and expertise and the requirements are really met with. So this is to be done with. Then as a professional, either in the rehabilitation process or in the teaching process or in working with the schools for special children, you have the fundamental responsibility to do referrals to financial institutions for funding self-employment ventures. That's a wonderful area. We have a number of income generation programs available to people. And how you prepare a good project for the IGP, how we prepare and refer these people for financial supports from the government financial institutions, reasonable private institutions, banking services, or other welfare or non-governmental organizations who support these type of people in availing necessary resources, including financial resources, to start with self-employment ventures. Another area is to help them to develop startup initiatives, what they can start with. So work with the startup possibilities, financial services available to them, raising resources for them, preparing them for their self-employment scheme or gainful employment engagement through rehabilitation, specifically vocational rehabilitation, planning and implementation. And once the individual is ready to seek employment, we must develop or refine the employment skills. That is another important area we have to work with. We have to train them specifically. Once the person has got an opportunity to work in a telephone operation system, you train them specifically. Once a person is capable to work in an accounting system, you train them specifically, maybe with with the computer or modern technology, IT systems. We talk about information and communication system using technology. Or sometimes we have students in the postgraduate program in social work. We really equip them to take cases. We equip them to do counseling. We equip them to prepare small projects, proposals, so that they can really work in the social development or social work sector. So it's our responsibility to specifically give skill training so that they will be redefined or refined and developed to have employment skills. Employability of a physically or a psychologically challenged person can be really improved, wrapped up with. Another important is individual with virtually no work history will require far more extensive job seeking skills training for like job leads, resume writing, application completion, and interviewing skills or voluntary experience gaining from different organizations. All these preliminary and preparatory engagements and activities are to be coordinated and done by a rehabilitation professional, because they may not be able to do that. They have no history of going for an employment. They don't know where to go, what to do, how to do, and all. So support them, and it is not a donation. Rather, we equip them with the skills so that they will slowly become capable of doing that. Another one is primary role of the vocational rehabilitation professional or counselor is to assist in developing these skills using tools as coaching, role playing, videotaping, on the job training, off the job training, or so on and so forth techniques. They are in the schools, they are in the rehabilitation centers, they are with you only. So you use different strategies, different techniques, and different methods to make these people capable and workable with a system of preparing them to do the requirements to gain a meaningful employment. In addition, he or she must also know how to respond to questions about disability on an application or in an interview. This is a very, very key important point in the rehabilitation process, because vocational rehabilitation process. Once this person has got a disability, the employer or the employment giving system, maybe government system or maybe private system or maybe a non-governmental organizational system, they all will have some doubts, queries, or clarifications on their disabilities or their weaknesses or their problems. So a simple question, how we can make these people really answer to these questions. And finally, they have to answer in the application itself, or once they are called for a discussion, they have to answer it, or once they are taken for an interview, they have to answer it. All different levels, they have to answer these questions. So we have to prepare and equip these people to answer these questions regarding disability. And another important point is they should be aware about the legal protections for them. See, once a social worker is going to work in a European country, whether in UK or any foreign countries, the first thing they want to learn is the legal systems available there, the legal protections the statutory procedure, the safeguards or the constitutional safeguards for all physically and psychologically disabled or challenged people in the system. You should be aware what is their right, what is their legal entity, what is the legal protection they have. Only then you can help them to avail that. So legal aid along with vocational supports in obtaining, retaining, and sustaining vocational possibilities as meaningful engagements is very, very important. And once you really work with them, these are issues you have to work with. These are issues really, really come against you as a vocational counselor or a vocational professional, rehabilitation professional. One is the feeling of dependency from the people with a disability. They feel that they are weak, they cannot do anything, they are not recognized, they are not capable, they are not skilled, they don't have the abilities, they don't have the capacities. They always compare with the normal people in court and find they are dependent. So feeling of dependency is a very, very difficult barrier in the system. Second, poor family and social support. See, our social system always want to maintain them only. Our family want to maintain their child as they are with the weaknesses. The social system are giving welfare services so that they can be maintained as they are. But usually they don't really support them to come out and do have a meaningful engagement or dignified system. And third point is negative attitudes from different corners. Oh, he cannot walk, I cannot give a job. Oh, he cannot talk, I cannot give a job. He cannot really see anything, so I cannot give a job. Oh, he is retarded. What can be done? Let him be there somewhere in the corner of that room. So negative attitudes. Another very important problem, practice of discrimination. Even if they are taken into for a meaningful engagement, people show discrimination either by excessive sympathetic approach or by negative critical approach. Or critical approach means criticism. So always you find a kind of discrimination. Oh, he cannot walk, he cannot sit, he cannot walk, he cannot stand, he cannot speak, he cannot see, he cannot think, he cannot understand anything. All these issues are making people really discriminated. And the discriminations many a time they are experiencing as cumulative discrimination processes. Then another is unequal access to education, training, building, transportation, employment, and all. Most of the buildings in our country are not disability friendly. None of the educational systems are disability friendly. The training programs are usually done by the so-called normal, and they many a times is incapable of reaching to the people like this. And it's always very difficult for them to try to travel, because our transport system, especially in the public transport system, except as a reserved seat in the public transport system, it's very, very difficult to get in, to get out, or to walk in, or to travel with. And definitely all these affect the employment. So we always find a lot of disabilities and unequal access according to the systems existing. Then low self-esteem, lack of confidence, lack of continuing education and skill upgradation system. Most of them are not updated with their skills, knowledge, and they don't know how to go about the modern technology coming in, new equipments coming in, new systems of communications coming in, and they always find as fish out of water in the system, or people who are obsolete and thrown out. So it is our basic responsibility to make these people really worthy, meaningful, dignified in the system and work with the barriers specifically. And I'm just trying to give you a process. This is not my creation. This is available in the already existing literature. So this is a process through which family, community-based rehabilitation centers, institution-based rehabilitation centers, health centers, hospitals, district protection officers, schools, NGOs, employers, employment services, service centers. All these people have a common responsibility, as the first step is referral. We refer people with disability to certain notified, existing, anticipated, or vacancies which can emerge in future. We refer them to them. And once we refer them, we have to give applications. Once we give applications, they will take that person into different processes. They will be undergoing an assessment, and the eligibility will be determined. And once they are positively determined with eligibility, they will go to individualized plan for employment and employment development, that is IPE, individualized plan for employment. And in assessment or disability eligibility determination, the person will further proceed, and if the answer is no, they will be taken into a lower order or a different referral system. And once it is clear, and once the individualized plan is made, the vocational rehabilitation and employment services will be provided to this person, which will help them to obtain an employment. And once an employment is obtained, follow them to sustain that, and to be really retain that and sustain that, to give a meaningful engagement. And this process service record, in which we say this person is meaningfully trained, meaningfully referred, meaningfully applied, taken into, assessed, then finally recruited, and now is having a meaningful, gainful employment and engagement. So this is this is a system which we are really have to work with. This is a conceptual model where we, as social workers, as teachers of special children, or as professional rehabilitation counselors or workers, we have to work to give services and support to the special children. What we do? First thing, vocational or evaluation or need assessment. What is required? Second, identify the strength, identify the employment barriers, overcome that, check with the special obstacles related to that particular rehabilitation, vocational rehabilitation center, or check with the barriers or obstacles associated with that particular type of disability. So you do a thorough analysis with the person who is to be rehabilitated first. Then you prepare the individualized plan for employment. What is possible? Support them with the services, in which we give vocational training. That may be with the need assessments networks. On the other side, we do vocational counseling and guidance. Where to go, what to do, how to do, why to do. Then we give physical, mental restoration services. Some people may be boosted up with their intellectual capacity. Some people may be boosted up with their emotional capacity. So we give them physical, mental restoration, boosting services. Then specialized services for the people with visually challenged, impaired with hearing, or who cannot speak, who cannot walk, who cannot make any such physical motor activities, spastic, mentally challenged. So there may be different specific service possibilities required for specialized weaknesses. You give skill training specifically to that, according to their employment requirements as well as according to their disability system. Then provide placement services, give post-employment services. Thereby, the strengths of the person can be further increased, and the problems can be solved by themselves. The obstacles can be resolved by them through and employment obtained and sustained. If for 3 months or 6 months, if the person in a year have a meaningful engagement or sustainable employment retained, the person will slowly develop their dignity, establishments, and existence. So this process has to have certain safeguards. One is we should what to say, we should emancipate ourselves from charity based to a right based model. It is not a donation or a charity to these people, but it is their right, and once it is their right, it becomes our responsibility. I don't say it's a duty, but it becomes our responsibility. Then you shift the medical model of management or rehabilitation, where you put the person in an institution, go for social model, that is more community based services. That means from a centralized institutional government dependent, institution dependent, non-government organization dependent rehabilitation, take focus to community based services to them. Then every country by policy has to increase the cost of welfare. Unfortunately, due to the GATT agreement or the WTO or the modern trade laws and the globalization process of the market economy, we find that people or the governments are withdrawing from welfare programs. So that really very badly affect these special children. Then recognition of business benefits of hiring works with disabilities. So you have to convince the employer, and you have to look upon different models they follow with. Some people give piecemeal works, some people take them to office, some people give small what to say engagements where they need not have much of the physical involvement or psychological involvement. So different employer apply different systems. So you have to work with the employer and convince the employer, counsel the employer to accept such people and the benefits for them. Then deficiency compensation is the usual practice. If one leg is lost, try to compensate that. If intellect is less, compensate that. No, instead of compensation deficiency or deficiency compensation, you travel to strength based approach, which we talk about. The residual capacities of that particular individual with a disability has to be identified and further strengthened, so that the person can really stand and live on live on by himself or herself with the support of that strength empowered. So empowerment is our process, which is not philanthropic. I have some money, I have some time, I have some goodwill, so I work with them. No, you be scientific and methodic. I have a strategy, I have a method, I have a plan to work with. So believe in that. So it is not charity, it is not philanthropy, it is not deficiency compensation. Rather, we are responsible scientifically to support these people. So a vocational rehabilitation professional, either as a teacher or as a social worker or as a psychologist or anyone who is working in the system, should have this capable thinking and the positive scientific approach in working with children or people with disabilities. So this is basically, I have to deliberate on vocational rehabilitation services and systems. Okay, shall we have a break? Hello?
Doctor?
Yeah, Mini, shall we have a break for
Usually we
5
don't
to 10
have,
minutes?
but if you feel like, please.
Yeah, we will
10
have
is
a
too
10
long. I
minutes.
think 5 is good, no?
Okay, so 5 minutes break.
Okay.
So let them keep continuing, because I have one or two very important things to
Oh,
do
so
in the
do you
office.
want 10
So I'll
minutes,
be,
sir?
No, I will be back. I think I can be back within 5 minutes time.
5 minutes. Okay,
Okay.
I'll just announce.
Yeah.
Participants, please note, Dr. Jose will be back in 5 minutes, so you can take a tea break, but please be online. Participants, please note, Dr. Jose will be back in 5 minutes, but please be online. You can have your tea and coffee or any beverages, and you can mute your video for 5 minutes. Okay, see you back in 5 minutes.
Hello. Hello.
Doctor?
Any?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Everybody is online. Can I just announce for a minute, please?
Yeah. Is can you see the video? Like, can you see in the screen?
I can see the screen which you have shared is from charity base to right base, which
Okay.
you were.
Okay. 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 No problem. That will.
Just give me a minute to announce to everybody.
Yeah.
Participants,
Okay.
please note. Professor Jose is back, and so please be online. Okay, sir. Over to you.
Okay. So in the first part of this discussion, we were discussing about the basic concepts of vocational rehabilitation process. And now in the second part, we are going specifically to what is vocational counseling and how this vocational counseling is significant with vocational rehabilitation process. So we will try to have a small definition on what is vocational counseling. See, vocational counseling is a learning oriented process carried on a simple one to one social environment, which the counselor professionally competent, psychological with psychological skills and knowledge seeks to assist the counselee by methods and strategies appropriate to the vocational needs and concerns and within the context of the total personal program to learn how to put such understanding into effect in relation to more clearly perceived and realistically defined goals to get and maintain a meaningful and rewarding vocational placement and management of the conflicting situations in the career to the end that the special child or person with disability become a healthier and happier and more productive member in the of the society. It's not number, member of the society. So it seems to be a very broad, a bit elongated explanation. Nothing to worry about. We will have a very quick analysis on the concept. See, it's a learning oriented process. Learning oriented means we are making this counselee who is a child or a person with a disability. We are making that person learn what we are teaching them or what they are learning, their problem, causes of the problem, manifestation of the problem, then how this problem can be managed specifically with the rehabilitation concerns. Process carried on a simple one-to-one social environment. This one-to-one social environment means the counselor and counselee. The counselee can be a single individual. The counselee can be a family. The counselee can be a group of people because we have family counseling, we have group counseling, we have individual counseling. All these are available there. So it's a learning oriented process which is being carried in a one-to-one counselor counselee social environment, which the counselor, the vocational rehabilitation counselor, who is professionally competent with psychological skills and knowledge, no other way. The person who is working with rehabilitation of these people should be trained with psychological systems. Only then we can really help this person to work with. Otherwise, you will find the entire process losing out. You are dealing with the psyche of this counseling. So dealing with the psyche is very, very important. And if you have to do that, the most important thing you have to work is to go with the process of analyzing, assessing, preparing, advising, guiding, all these activities are there. You have to analyze the psychic state. So if you want to do all these things, you should be skilled with, you should have the knowledge of the personal psychological system. And what you do basically, assess the counselee by methods and strategies appropriate to the vocational needs You know what are the vocational needs? To obtain, to sustain, to solve the conflicts between, and to contribute what they have. The vocational needs and concerns, and within the context of the total personal program. See, we are not going to give an employment alone. Rather, we are making this person, you're making this person really work with, really work with as a total person. A total person. Program is as a total individual. And to learn how to put such understanding. We are not giving suggestions alone. Rather, we work with them to a level where the person is really implementing the plan, understanding into effect in relation to more clearly perceived and realistically defined goals. The counselee has to have a more clearly defined and realistically perceived what I can really do with my psychological disabilities, physical disabilities, emotional disabilities, or economic disabilities or cultural disabilities, what I can really do. So I really realistically define myself to get and maintain a meaningful and rewarding vocational placement and management of the conflicting situation in the career. So these are the goals we have to work with them, and to the end that the special child become a healthier and happier and more productive member of the society. So at the end of the vocational counseling, we find this person with the disability become healthier, happier, and more productive member of the social system. So this is what we are talking about vocational counseling. We'll continue a bit more what we do in it. Assistance provided to improve psychological, emotional, social, intellectual, personal, and existential developments of the special children or a person with a disability or the challenged. And that is being done through one-to-one, one-to-group, and one-to-many or one-to-context processes. So one-to-one, counselor counseling, one-to-many or one-to-group with the family or the group process. And to an extent, you can do generalized awareness creation program to the context. Let the community, let the school students, the teachers, the parents and the parents of the students in the school, all these people become aware. So you have to work with in the system. Again, it is through a helping relationship between the counselor and the counselee. That means you are making a process through which the counselor and the counselee is working to make a clear professional scientific relationship with the counselee. And again, it is through the professional conversation and series of problem solving interviews. You cannot do the vocational counseling process in a single sitting or a single session. So we do a series of counseling sessions, interviews, in which we do assessments, we do psychological supports, we do emotional strengthening, we do relationship skills working with. So different systems are given psychologically so that the person become capable and become confident to work with. And the crux of this is counselor-counselee relationship. Again, through professional conversation is very important. We do that. A process that leads action on the part of the counselee towards the end. See, after all, the counselor is counseling, the vocational rehabilitation professional is doing a lot, but after all, the final action part is from the counselee only. So what are the goals? Once you do vocational rehabilitation and vocational counseling process, the entire process of counseling evolves around the goals. What is the purpose of counseling? In which you have to identify The first one is counselor's goals. As a counselor, I have some goals to make this person happier, to make this person productive, to make this person contributory, to make this person more, what to say, confident, dignified, worth living. All these are our goals. Counselees' goals. They come that they are unhappy, dissatisfied, dejected, don't have any income. So they depend on others for everything. So they are not happy. So they come to you with certain goals. And what we do, we make the goals of counseling. Counselees' goals, counselors' goals, and the counseling goals. Counseling goals are generic in nature. But as a professional, we create specific goals for this particular counseling, which can be immediate goals or short term goals. What can be done today or tomorrow, immediate, or what we can do within 1 week time, short term. And many a times we do a long term goals also there. Okay, after 3 months training and continuous counseling process, we make this person capable of undertaking an employment. And meanwhile, we will also help the employer to come out with certain possibilities for this particular person. We meet both the ends. And through a long-term process, we make the counselee really do good and get an employment. And the counselor and counselee in conversation and in communication and interaction develop a process goals for counseling. We know we have to prepare a process goals for counseling system. The entire counseling process should be like that only. So a vocational counselor should have scientific knowledge in counseling and skilled in counseling. If you want to have scientific knowledge and skilled in the process, first thing required is an approach. How do I approach this particular person with a disability? Maybe physically, maybe psychologically, maybe socially, maybe economically, maybe culturally, maybe politically, maybe religiously, spiritually. We know this person is disabled. How I approach that person? How I approach their problem? Because every counselor or every teacher, every parent, every social worker, every statesman who is concerned about these people have to have a standpoint. And that is what we call the approach. A stand with the theoretical backing is known as an approach. Classically, we have two approaches. One is directive approach, which we used to call the authoritarian approach, which is based on the Freudian psychoanalysis, where he say everything is fixed forever in the childhood. So you cannot change it by yourselves. It is in the past as the forms of fixations are there. Either you have anal fixation or oral fixation, so you cannot change your problems. You are disabled forever. You cannot solve your disability. So this is the thinking of authoritarian approach. Freud is saying so. In such an approach, what is wrong with that? The counselee is just a passive recipient, and the counselor is on the driving seat, and everything will be done, everything will be decided, everything will be taken into action by the counselor. To a great extent, that is not possible, that is not acceptable to us as counselors, or specifically in disability counseling process. Another is, contrary to the directive or authoritarian approach, we have the non-directive or non-authoritarian. To a certain extent, people call it humanistic approach. Or later, we have started to talk about client-centered approach. All these approaches say the problem is in the present. This person is disabled just because of some issues in the present, and he can solve it, or she can solve it, or they can solve it. Just what we require is to do is to facilitate them so that they become capable, they become empowered to solve their problems by themselves. So that is basically humanistic approach. And there was behavioristic approach by William von Pavlov and team. They say every behavior or every activity is basically an activity or a behavior through the conditioning process. So either by giving a reward or by giving a punishment, you can condition this person. And definitely a meaningful engagement, a dignified income, or a gainful employment is definitely a reward. But that requires a lot of suffering, struggles. Many times that becomes suffering, punishments maybe. But through these two major process of rewarding and punishments, these people really become enriched, or they develop their behavior, alter their behavior. So behaviorism also is there. So some people talk about authoritarian, custodial care, institutional care. Everything has to be given and worked out by somebody who is so-called normal. Some people say, no, no, they can do it. They are capable. They have the strength. So they have a strength-based approach now. Some people say, no, you just give them some rewards, give them punishments so that they will learn to behave accordingly as an animal. All these theories have got positive elements. All these approaches have got also critical elements. And all these approaches have something to be rebutted and rejected. So, as a professional, or as a trainer, as a social work teacher, or a counseling trainer, I would definitely say, and I always practice and believe that I should go for an eclectic approach. Eclectic means all these theories have something positive to contribute, and at certain point of time or in certain situations with certain cases or certain issues, these theories may not be completely apt and adaptable. So as a professional, I have the ability, I believe, I have the ability to choose what is appropriate for this particular counseling, this particular situation, this particular problem from these theories. And I develop my own theoretical stand, my own approach, and that is basically known as the eclectic approach. And I very strongly believe this is the most useful, meaningful approach you all can work once you deal with a disability issue or a person with disability. And I will be just explaining the process now. With that, I think we will wind up, because basically this process, what we do is this: step by step, a counselor, specifically a vocational rehabilitation professional and a vocational counselor, try to make this particular person with a disability aware about the need for a help. Yes, I want to have support. I can avail support, so that the counselee feels, or the person who has a disability feels, or the system with the person with a disability feels that they can take the support of a professional vocational counselor. And sometimes they will come to you, or to a great extent in Indian experiences or in Kerala context, counselor has to go to the counseling. Counselor has to go to the has to go to the disabled person, or the system of the disabled person, including the family, schools, educational systems, employment systems, occupational systems, self-employment facilities, banks and all. So the counselor has to go to the counselee and make them aware. And once the counselee is aware and the counselor is in contact with, next step, very, very important, the most crucial step, that is development of a meaningful, professional, scientific relationship between the counselor and the counseling. Yeah, we develop a relationship. with the counseling. So the counseling will open up. The counseling will start to share. That is the next stage we have to work with, where the counseling should ventilate. The person with a disability should ventilate what is really my disability, what is my emotional status, what is my psychological status, what is my physical status, what happens with my family system, what happens if I go for an employment, what happens if I don't go for an employment, what way my family supports me, what way my confidence is there. All these inner emotional feelings are to be ventilated, expressed by the counseling. This is really the smartness of the counselor, to get into the deeper situations and make the person explore. Ventilation is a wonderful process you can develop with. See, if you get into a dark, closed room, you won't be able to see anything, whatever it may be. And if you are in a completely dark situation where you don't have any light in it, it will be very difficult for us to identify what is there, what is not there, what you can touch, what you can throw down or push down, where you can sit, where you can stand, where you can walk. Nothing is known to you. So the first thing you want to do is light up that room. How you light up that room? Open up the windows, open up the doors, or put light. Nowadays you have the electrical system to put up the light. Even if you put up the light, you don't have the wind in that, oxygen in that, air in that. A closed room will have a filthy air. So it is necessary to open up the windows of a room once you get into that, in order to make that room relaxed, visible, clean, and work in that room. It's always very difficult to work in a closed room. So it is the ability of the worker or the counselor to open up the dark, closed room of the counselee's mind and ventilate what is there inside. Once something is which is being pent up, or something which is being suppressed goes out, and the fresh new air comes in, the person become really relaxed, relieved, and have a better perspective on what can be done with. That is what we are working on in this system. So they give expression on feelings, and the counselee expresses what is there inside through ventilation. And many a times they also attribute meaning with weightages to certain issues. At certain points they become really emotionally charged up, and certain situations they are mechanical or technical in the process. So counselors should have the ability to ventilate the counselee's mind. Sometimes it can be a volcano to break in, or sometimes it can be a space where you don't find much in that. That's possible. But the worker or the professional, the counselor, has to do very specific scientific process through which we open up the mind of the counselee. And once it is open up, you have to clarify a lot to them. They say, sir, I don't know why and how I become short-tempered once I deal with a stranger. You have to clarify that. You have to identify why this person is so. Pent-up emotions. Sir, I cannot take pressure. You have to clarify why. And you have to help that person how he can. So clarifying the problem or identifying really what is there. These two things have to be done. And once you get an idea what really make this person in difficulty, maybe something which is peripheral. For example, I will take a situation where the person with a mental disability say that I have no confidence. You have got a problem now. You identified it. But you have to check how much this person is stressed. When this person is stressed, what this person is doing once a person is stressed. Is there any person who makes this person stressed? Is there any particular activity which can make this person stressed? Is there a particular situation where this person can be relieved from stress? What are the coping mechanisms of this person in stress management? What strategies I can give? Lot of explorations with deeper feelings and emotions of the counseling. That is definitely your responsibility to deal with. How you get deeper and deeper into the situations of the counseling. Only then you can make the counselee learn what the problem counselee is facing, what way the disability can be worked up, what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, what the threats they face with, what are the challenges they have, how the weaknesses can be converted into strengths, how the strengths can be made utilized in an opportunity, and how this person can be better equipped, empowered, and all these things depends on how you really go deeper with the feelings of the counseling, how the emotional part, psychological part, interaction part, relationship part, communication part, social existence part work with. And once you explore all this and get the real problem identified, start integrating all this. What, why, how, when, where, with what, with whom, without somebody. All these possibilities are explored, and finally you integrate that so that the counselee gets a single picture. What I can do, why it is so, what can be done, how to be done. So the counselee gets a clear single image so that the counselee can develop an insight. Oh, this is what really disturbs me, no? This is what really makes me stressed. This is what may really make me afraid of a stranger. Oh, my family has really protected me too much so that I have no exposure outside. I cannot go and find a stranger as my friend. Oh, this might be the reason. So everything is integrated and this council is slowly get insight. Oh yes, I can now run an office. I can now relate two systems through a broking system. I can manage a share market office. I can manage a small petty shop. Oh yes, I can really make some people controlled, supervised, monitored. I have the technical knowledge to work this. So all these systems will be made known to the counselee. So the insight is being created with the counseling. And definitely once the insight is being created, I'm sure the counselee will start working. No doubt in that. The counselor will start working. What can I do? So they will develop a plan of action. They will start doing that action, and definitely that plan of action will go on and will be implemented so that the counselee gets an idea what can be done and what is possible with the counselee. And that action will definitely make the counselee prepare himself or herself to find a meaningful employment, a gainful employment. They will become skillful, they will become confident, they will become trained, and finally the counselor will be capable to make this counselee access that employment. So the same process is put in a different frame. Counselee contacts the counselor, they get into a contract. Counselor takes a detailed history of the counselee. They identify what is the problem and formulate that. Once they get an indication about the problem, they make it further analyzed, clarified, and finally the counselee and counselor together makes an decision Once the decision is made, that becomes an insight. And once that insight is created, they will prepare an action plan. And once there is an action plan, the counselor will motivate the counselee to go for that action plan of identifying a potential employment, applying for it, preparing the counselee with the skills, knowledge. If they want a certificate, they go for the training, and they will go for the selection procedure, put up an application, face an interview, cover up with the selection process. And once there is a trouble in the process, continue with the client in sustaining the employment, and the counselor will end up the counseling process, and slowly that counselor-counselee relationship will be terminated. The counselor will have an independent, dignified career or employment or gainful engagement, maybe through self employment scheme, or working with somebody, or doing some technical work repetitively, and they gain a meaningful, sustainable income as their remuneration, profit, or payment. So this is what we do in rehabilitation counseling process. It is not merely giving some advices, or it's not merely giving some guidances. Rather, we, the counselor, take specific interest and work with that individual. Maybe physically disabled, psychologically disabled, socially disabled, emotionally disabled, culturally disabled, or politically disabled, or sometimes you may find a person with spiritually disabled also. So it's wonderful to work with a disabled person, a person with disability at various levels and various types, to make them have a meaningful engagement, a gainful employment, and a dignified life. As a rehabilitation professional, as a rehabilitation teacher, or a special teacher, a parent of a special person, special child, or social worker, counselor, psychologist, all of us have this responsibility to counsel them, help them to have a meaningful, dignified engagement and employment, so that definitely they will take up a career. So thank you. This is basically my presentation to go with. I may stop with my presentation, and if you have any query or clarification, please, the organizers can coordinate then and do that. So thank you, everyone. I don't know whether my lecture has reached you or not, whether it was audible, following, and all. I don't know really. So anyway, thanks to the organizers, and I really thank everyone who listened to me. Thank you. So now I'm waiting for your queries to come in.
Thank you, Professor Jose. Sir, once you have stopped the screen sharing, maybe we can
Yeah.
all smile and say cheese for a picture. I request
Yeah.
all the participants to come on, and sir, after which we will have the query session.
Just a minute. Let me
Yes, sir.
try to stop the screen sharing.
Yeah.
I have stopped my screen sharing.
I hope the participants are all on, because we are about to take a picture, a photograph. So those who have muted yourself, please come back on your video.
Can you see my image?
Check, sir.
I think it seems to be. I
No,
cannot see
sir.
my image
No,
here.
sir. No.
I don't know what happened. I cannot see my photo seems to be missing, or my image. I don't know what happened to my camera.
So just a minute. We'll just check from this end.
Yeah. It got
So we are not able to view you. Sir, can you switch off your video? Professor Jose, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you switch off your video? If you switch that off, probably.
I don't know what happened in between. See, the host has blocked my video.
One sec, sir. Let me just.
The video is being blocked from that end. That is the message propped up. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Sir, give us a minute. We are just checking on that.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yes. That is, you're back. Your handsome self is back. So not to worry.
Yeah, thank you.
So we are
Yes.
going to take a photograph. Participants,
No
please stay
problem.
online and switch on all your video. Okay, everybody say cheese. Okay, everybody now you can chill and you can relax. You don't need to smile if you don't want to. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Professor Jose Anthony. Did I get your name right? I hope I got your
Yeah,
name right. Yes.
true, true meaning.
It was a wonderful session, sir.
Yeah.
And I'm sure all the delegates really enjoyed it. Enriched it with your lot of points. And I would like to reiterate certain things which you said, which was very good for us here at Sneha Sadan. First of all, the purpose, the 4 pointers that you gave us on the purpose of vocational counseling. And 2 really stood out, which is the grooming of persons with disability for employment and obtaining financial independence. That was really something which caught our minds. And the second point I would like to reinstate, which sir said, is the barriers of vocational rehabilitation, which is, sir, a big challenge for professionals like us. And of course, IP, I didn't know personally about IP. Thank you for giving me this new knowledge this morning. That is on the individualized plan for employment. And sir, I wanted to ask you, when it comes to vocational counseling, is there a special course on it? Or is it just any psychological counselor can be a vocational counselor?
Basically, vocational counseling is not a specific discipline or a trainable thing. We have different sectors to practice counseling. You have adolescent counseling, or you have child counseling, you have family counseling, you have industrial counseling, you have correctional counseling. So different sectors you are working and you are practicing counseling process. And according to the requirements of the sector, according to the people who come in that particular sector, you have to customize yourselves as a counselor. Because the way you work with geriatric community may not be same as you deal with a group of children. Again, the way you deal with children in a public board school may not be same as a Brostol school. So every counselor should have that adaptability with their knowledge, their skills, their attitude, aptitude, their temperament, tolerance. Everything will be different according to the requirements of the sector, as well as according to the potential counselor who comes over there. This is one thing. Second thing, once you become a vocational counselor, you should have specific knowledge about the possible employments, your ability to assess the people, resolve the conflicts. All these things are there. Or if you once you become a career guidance counselor or a career guidance person, you should be aware about different careers. That is your knowledge system. And how you relate those knowledge system with the personal requirements and psychological aspects of it. So this is how we do with vocational counseling also.
So I have one more. Can you tell us a particular situation where you were doing counseling and that challenged you? If I may ask, I mean, I don't know if it is personal and you don't like to tell
Yeah,
us.
like in general system or specifically with the vocational counseling system.
With the vocational counseling,
Vocational counseling system. See, I'm basically working here in the university. I also have the responsibility to take care of the career guidance cell. Many times people come over there. Many times the attitude of the people is very significant. The attitude of the counselor who comes to me. It's not a counselor, basically. They want to have a career advice, what to do, how to go about. And once they come with, almost everyone is coming with an attitude of easy money with minimum responsibility and minimum risk. This is the basic challenge for a career advisor, a career counselor. This may be same with this vocational counselor. One day I had a session with a group of engineering students, and after all, they came to me, two or three of them came to me and put a very, very totally different question. Sir, what is your opinion about investing in the share market? So they are basically trained to be engineers, but they don't have any confidence in that sector now. They are really good students. They are really passionate. They want to do something special and all. But our social system is that. Another very important thing, what to say, we don't have unemployment. We have only underemployment. A group of people educated for a particular work is not having an employment possibility there. So they go to something else. But at the same time, we don't have people to do our employment. So we depend on Bengal, Orissa, or we depend on Bihar or Northeast to have our works done. This is same with disability people also, I believe. The professionals fails to find an appropriate job profile for the person with a disability. Employment profile is always a task. So how we develop an employment profile and how we match with existing system. So it's always challenging. And in counseling, otherwise, definitely we have very subtle experiences. Once I had a family with me with a small child, wife, husband, and a small child, father, mother, and a small child. They came to my home for counseling. I do counsel only with a pre-appointment because I am working in a university system. So whenever I have time and when there is a referral, I do that. I had a session with that lady and she really ventilated, and that went up to 45-50 minutes. Then I had a session with this man that also went up to another 30-40 minutes. Then I sat them together, started to discuss about, and that process started morning around 9:30, went up to 12:30. And that lady finally told me that I have not taken any food for last 3 days. I was shocked because they had quarrels, conflicts at home. So she has, as a vengeance or as a very stubborn stand, she has not taken any food, but she's feeding the child. And what I really did, I had plantains at home, so I took that, gave that to the this man, and I asked her to receive it from him. So that was a therapeutic intervention also. I said, if I want to say anything else, I want you to eat something. And they did it, and that was an ice melter. Just 1 minute, Annie. ഇതിൽ അയക്കണോ? വിളിക്കാം. Okay, continue.
Sir, one of the attendees, the delegates have asked if you could share your contact number. Is that
No
possible?
problem. I think in the last slide, I have my contact number and my email. No problem. Feel free to give a call.
Can you just verbally say, sir?
Okay. Dr. Jose Anthony, 944 621 7759. 944 621 7759.
Sir, my chat box is full. There's a
Yeah.
volley of good messages on the brilliant talk you've given. It
Yeah.
is absolutely
Thank you.
amazing. Thank you so much. And sir, I
Yeah.
have to tell you one thing. You have great time management skills. I
Yeah.
think your
Okay.
talk, along with the question answer session, is just in time.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
thank you so much, sir. On behalf of the of Sneha Sadan family, I extend to
Yeah.
you our gratitude. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, sir,
Okay.
for this wonderful session.
And I'm always really happy, and I'm really at home with Sneha Sadin, because everyone in the team
Thank you, and
is
you.
my dear and good friends.
Thank you,
Uh,
sir.
Joffy, Sister Giza, Bobby, everybody is very familiar to me. So a big hi to and thanks to everyone.
They're all listening to you,
And
sir. So
yeah, and I was really looking for some familiar faces in the group, because I used to come there and have practical grooming sessions for the B.Ed, D.Ed students for their research projects. And nowadays it is not there in the syllabus, I feel. So I'm not regular like that. But in almost all these events, I'm what to say, I'm always an accompanier with Sneha Siddhan family, and I also really respect it. Thanks a lot for this opportunity and a good platform. Thank you.
thank you, sir, and you have a great time management skills. Participants, please note, we resume the session at sharp 12:30. Now you can, proceed for your lunch break, and we hope to see you relaxed and much more empowered when you come back. Thank you.
I'm just testing my microphone. Can you hear me okay?
Were you saying something?
I was just testing my microphone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so we start our next section in another hour's time. So everybody has broken for lunch break.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at 1:30. So maybe you can log in 10 minutes before 1:20 Indian Standard Time. Is that
Yeah.
good for you?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Yeah. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Stephen. Hi, Kim. Yeah. So I'll be the host. I'll be talking to you today. My name is Minnie Thomas.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, same here. Let's wait for a couple of minutes till all the participants are back.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She has the Western slang only.
Hmm?
The slang, language slang is Western only. Okay, so you just listen properly because audience response might be there.
Hmm. Participants, we will be beginning the program in another 2 minutes. Can we have a show of hands in your chat box, please? Kim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Give me a minute to introduce you and then we will start.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah. Welcome back, delegates. Good afternoon. Hope you had a good break. Please note our valedictory program will commence soon after the question and answer session, post the coming up session after Ms. Kim's talk. A qualified occupational therapist in Martin's College, Lancaster, in the United Kingdom. Ms. Kim has worked for many healthcare institutions under the National Health Scheme in a variety of settings. She later specialized in orthopedics and trauma. The mainstay of her work lies in assessing and planning rehabilitation to those post-injury patients. She volunteered with Raksha Special School in Kerala from 2015 to 2018. She has trained the vocational students in life skills, vocational skills, assessing, function, and helping students to engage in vocational occupations. I invite with great delight and happiness Miss Kim Oxby to enrich us on the topic. She has got a dual topic. First, the process of job analysis and role of OT, occupational therapist, in making least restrictive environment. And secondly, the role of occupational therapist in vocational assessment and training. Miss Kim, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, welcome everybody. Just want to say thank you for inviting me. It's a real privilege and hope you enjoy my talk. So I'll just share the screen. Is that okay for everyone?
Yeah, that's good.
So in this presentation, I'm going to be covering the role of OT in vocational work. And I'm going to start by looking at why vocational work is important to everybody, including ourselves and the students you work with. I'm going to look at and describe a process called activity analysis, which is the job of breaking an activity down to find out what the problem areas are. I'm going to give you some ideas about how you can assess individuals. And I'm going to look at environmental factors, reasonable accommodations, and least restrictive environments. And I'm just going to finish with a case study. So, as I said, I'm from the UK. I speak with a very Yorkshire accent, so the north of England. So I'm going to do my best to be clear and hope you can understand my northernness. So I qualified in 2006 and I have done a range of jobs since. We tend to, in the UK, rotate around different areas, different specialities, and then we specialise in what we want to focus on. I volunteered in Kerala between 2015 and 2018, so almost 3 years in Kerala, and it was best years of my life. Absolutely love it, and India is definitely my second home. I volunteered at Raksha Special School for the majority of time, but also Smriti Special School, and we also did lots of work at one of the relief settlements. The other thing that I wanted to just share is that I also have an upper limb disability myself, which was caused by birth trauma. So I've got limited growth and function in my right arm and altered sensation. So I understand some of the issues that people with disabilities face in terms of employment and training, inclusivity, discrimination, and even in the UK, there's definitely lots and lots of issues that people with disabilities face, different to in India, but there's still a lot of work to be done around to ensure that all people with disabilities can access work and employment and vocation. So the first thing we have to ask is, why is it important that people can participate in vocational work? What everybody is wanting people to be is healthy and have good well-being. So we looking at not just physical health, but more and more importantly, mental health as well. So occupational therapists all around the world are wanting people who we work with to have good health and well-being. And we believe that this happens when you have what we call occupational balance in our lives. When we talk about occupations, it is literally all the activities that you do every single part of your day. So if you just think of when you get up in the morning and you go to bed at night, all of the tasks that you do during this time are your occupations. Occupations in relation to occupational therapy is not occupation as in a job or a role. It is our everyday activities. This is activities that we do by ourselves, in our families and our communities. And it's things that keep us busy, and it's things that bring us happiness and bring meaning and purpose to our lives. So these activities, if you think about the things that you do every single day, can be broken up into 3 different areas. One of these areas is self-care. So in simple terms, you can see this as looking after yourself. So it can include tasks like getting yourself washed and dressed in the morning, cooking and feeding yourself. But it also includes having time for yourself, carrying out religious activities. Praying is a form of self-care. Having time for yourself comes under self-care. The other area is your leisure. So it's really important that we have leisure time. This again can be meeting friends, could be going for a walk, it could be watching television, going to the cinema. It's all the things that we do that we get enjoyment from. And the last area is productivity. And we all need productivity in our lives. A lot of the time, this can be vocational work and it can be paid or unpaid work, volunteering. But productivity can also be tasks around the house or schools or domestic chores. So it's all the things that you do to keep yourself busy and active. So if you have a think about the activities you do, you can try and put them all into these categories. Some of the tasks can be put in more than one category. So say for cooking, people cook because they need to feed themselves, which is a form of self-care. But some people really enjoy the process of cooking and would get lots of enjoyment out of it. So it would be classed as a leisure activity. But it's also a bit of a chore and it can be seen as work. So cooking can actually fit into all three areas. What happens is if someone has got a disability or an illness, you can be restricted and be unable to complete the areas. The pandemic is a real example of this in action. So many people around the world are not able to work as normal because of the restrictions in place. So if you think about not earning any money, not having a purpose, not doing your usual activities, you can see the knock-on effect that that has on your physical and mental health and well-being. When you are not able to access one of the three areas, it's called occupational deprivation. And it means that you're deprived of the occupations that you want to do in life or you need to do in life. And with this leads to poor health and well-being. So, for instance, you may have a labourer who's in the pandemic not been able to access productivity and his work role. This would mean he has a knock-on effect on his financial situation, lots of stress about providing for his family and having enough money to look after everybody, to pay the bills, pay the rent, and that will then cause anxiety. If he's physically active at work and he's had 6 months of no work, think of the impact that has on his body from doing lots of work and being very physically fit and active to now not doing anything physically. And you can see that the impact of it is negative. So OTs, what we want to do is enable everyone that we work with to be able to access the areas that they need in their lives. And this includes productivity and vocation. And this is why special needs children and everybody needs to have the right and the ability to participate in productivity and vocation so that they can achieve what we call occupational balance, because that will lead to good health and well-being. When we are looking at participating in vocational work, there's things that we need to consider. And this is what I'm going to talk about. So we need to look at these three main areas. We have to look at the individual who's going to be carrying out the vocational work. We have to look at the task and understand what is required for that task. And we have to look at the environment. If one of these things is looked at on its own, vocational work will not be successful. We have to look at all three areas in order for vocational work to be successful with the people that we are working with. So I'm going to first talk about task. So this is the activity that they're doing, their occupation that you are focusing on. So one of our core OT principles is called activity analysis. And this is the ability to break down an activity into the steps that are needed to complete it. And I'm going to go into that in more detail. And this is really the cornerstone of what we do. We do it day in, day out. Look at what the activity is that an individual is trying to achieve and work out why that person is finding it difficult or cannot access it. We need to look at what performance skills are needed for the task. One of the worst things that can happen is if you've got a student or an individual who is wanting to take part in vocational work and the task is unsuitable, because what you are doing is ultimately setting that individual up to fail, and that will have a negative impact on themselves and their mental health. We want people to access work, and we need it to be something that they are able to do. When we are looking at the task itself, we're trying to think about what is needed to complete the task. What are the physical demands? What are the cognitive demands? Demands and the interpersonal factors. All these things need to be taken into account. If we find that we finding it difficult to do, whether there's any training or any adjustments or adaptations that are needed. So there may be sections of the task that might not be possible at the minute, but what do we need to do to make that possible? And again, I'll go into details with that later. So for an example, we're going to look at an activity analysis of someone pouring chai from a tea urn into a cup. So we want to look at what steps are needed to do this. It's something that we've all have done in our lives, I imagine. And this is something that can be classed as vocational work if you are having that as your role in a place to do that as your task. So if we think about it, in simple terms, we have to pick up the cup. We have to hold the cup under the chai urn. We have to turn the tap on. We have to turn the tap off. And then we have to place the cup on the tray. So 5 steps. So would that be an easy task or a hard task? This isn't enough steps to know whether an individual would be able to manage this task. What we have to do is analyse the activity even further and break it down into all the component parts that are necessary. We're going to take a look at this again. So if we're asking an individual to do this as part of a daily task and their daily routine as part of some vocational work, the first thing they've got to be able to do is understand what we're asking them to do. And if people can't understand the task, they're not going to be able to start it. The next thing that they've got to be able to do is have the motivation to do the task and also to start it. If someone has difficulties with starting tasks, and especially when they are not supervised or prompted, they won't be able to complete the task. They've got to be able to sequence the task. they've got to be able to know what goes next. Where do you start? What follows? And you've got to maintain focus and concentration. This task for us may take a few minutes, but for people with special needs, especially learning disabilities, it can take them a lot longer, and it can be hard for them to stay focused and remember what they've been asked to do. They've got to visually be able to see the cup and the urn. If you're unable to see what you are going to be doing, then they will find difficulty completing the task. They've got to recognise the objects. So some people find it very difficult to be able to recognise objects. And you might think this, it's a very, very familiar object in India to see a tea urn. What can make this harder is if things are not in their usual space or place, or say, for instance, if a cup is upside down or in a cupboard instead of on the table. Some individuals find it hard to recognise that it is still the cup. They've got to have the self-esteem and confidence to complete the task. For many of us, it would be a simple task that doesn't need any thought really of doing it. We would do it automatically. But for lots of people with special needs, they have lots of anxiety issues and low self-esteem. And even just doing this can cause them anxiety. Will they be able to do it? Will they be able to hold the glass? Are they going to spill anything? Are they going to do it quick enough for everyone that's coming? So although we can see it as an easy task, it can also be quite a stressful task, especially when people are starting to do it for the first time and learn the routine. The individual's got to use all their musculoskeletal systems to move towards the items, and they've got to stand and maintain that position, which, if you look at all your systems and your body systems that are involved in doing that, and if you have any issues with that, what would be the knock-on effect? You've got to have balance and a working vestibular system to stand, to be able to do the task. And you've got to look at the range of movement that's required, especially in your upper limbs, to hold the cup and stand and do all the movements that you need to do. You've got to have dexterity and fine motor skills, because you've got to be able to turn the lever on the urn open and then close it. You need to have proprioception and spatial awareness to know where to hold the cup in relation to the tea that's pouring out. Some people struggle with this and wouldn't know the distance to hold it in, or even be able to hold the cup underneath. You have to have grip strength and the power to hold the cup. And you need to have sensory feedback to know how hard to hold the cup or the bottle that you are filling up. And you've got to know whether you are gripping it and applying enough pressure to hold it without dropping it. You've got to visually see when to stop pouring, or that you've put enough chai in for everyone's satisfaction. You've got to have the sensory feedback and safety awareness to know that the cup may be too hot, where you would hold it so that you don't get any burns. You've got to have the sensory feedback and safety awareness to know, you've got to have the dexterity and fine motor skills to close the tap once it's filled, and have the range of movement to place the cup back down. And you've got to have enough proprioception and spatial awareness to know where to put it. So the same task that had 5 steps before now has much more multiple steps and things to be aware of. And I think we can all agree that most tasks are actually very, very complex when you look at it broken down. And for people without special needs, a lot of these are routine and overcome and don't take as much effort. But for people that have impairment and disabilities, these are the problem areas that we have to look out for. So the next thing we have to do, once we have broken the tasks down and we know what we are looking for and what component and skill areas are needed, we have to then look at the individual to see whether they've got the skills, or more importantly, can gain the skills for them to complete the task. Assessing an individual is such a huge task because there's so much to look for. And all of these are the things that we just talked about. So in just that example of just pouring yourself a cup of chai, these are all the things that we would need to look at an individual to see whether they have got the skills to match the task. I'm a big believer in non-formal or informal observations. I find that the individuals are much more relaxed when they are just observed doing lots of normal tasks, rather than saying we are specifically assessing this or we are looking at this, because already that increases their sense of anxiety and can make it so that they feel wary about what they are doing. So another of our core OT principles is to assess and observe. Observation is probably one of the most powerful things that we can all do. And I really like this quote that just says, I just sit back and observe and you'll learn more that way. When I used to do sessions at Rakshar Special School, I used to go into their sensory room with their child, normally from the early intervention unit, and just watch them play. And some of our volunteers used to struggle and say, you know, what are we actually doing? Because we're not physically doing anything with the child. But from that observation of looking and seeing, you are able to see what sensory needs they've got, what are they avoiding, how are they behaving, how are they with us, do they include us, do they ignore us, do they interact with different items, are they physically able to move around the room, are they able to hear, are they able to look around? And you can all do that by just looking and seeing. So I'm going to discuss some ideas about how you can look at some of the skills and you can use them in very informal and enjoyable situations. So again, at Rakshar, when working with the vocational students, we used to do lots of tasks that they would enjoy, and they almost think they're just, you know, doing some craft or some arts or sports. But what we're actually doing is looking at what the skills are that they've got for it. So fine motor skills and dexterity, so the use of really your hands and the muscle, your smaller muscles in your hands working together, is really important for so many vocational skills. So if you think about all the tasks that you do every day, almost all of them include our hands. And we know lots of people have issues with their hands, you know, specifically people with cerebral palsy. They can have a lot of difficulties with their fine motor skills. So we know the task requires fine motor dexterity. So instead of just getting them to do the task, we have to see whether we think they've got enough grip and dexterity to be able to turn the tap on the urn. And we can do this by looking at activities that require the same activities and needs. So for instance, to turn the tap on a tea urn, you have to use your pincer grip. So we can look at someone's pincer grip by observing them doing things like fastening their buttons. If you observe people playing carom, when they're moving the counters and the chips around, they are using their pincer grip to do that. You're looking at how they're using their fingers to flick the chips around to get them in. You can do this not in a formal assessment, but just when you're watching them participate, and you can think, yes, they've got the range of movement and the fine motor skills that would be able to manage that. Different crafts activities are really good to have a look at that. Paper folding, again, can they manage that? Are they able to use the hands? Are they able to do the actions that's needed? Using tweezers is a really good way to look at hand function. And things like posting coins or games like Connect 4, anything that you have to do to use a pincer grip, so between your thumb and your fingers, because we know that's how you would turn the tap on. So if you observe an individual and they're independent and can manage these things, then we know we can almost take that part off on the job activity analysis. So if we're looking at hand strength, so we know that they've got to have enough strength in their hand to hold the cup that's full of tea. And we can look at hand strength again in lots of informal ways. Play-Doh or putty is one of the best things that we can do, because it's really easy for them to see, and you can visually see how much pressure they're applying through the Play-Doh. You can use activities like elastic bands to pull and see and stretch and see whether they've got enough strength in their fingers. Again, using tweezers to pick items up is really good to look at whether they've got the ability to not only pick up something, but keep it in place and not to drop it. Bringing out a cloth, again looking at how much movement and strength they've got in their hands. You can do the thumb test, which is on the paper on the picture, and getting them to pull. So seeing how strong the movement is between their thumb and their fingers. Watching someone using some spray, you can see have they got enough power in their hands to be able to do that. And you can do things like make like stress balls, so that if you get balloons and fill them with rice, and you can get them to press them and look at how much pressure they're putting through. If you know that that individual is able to do that and you can test their strength, you know that they're going to be likely to be able to do that part of the task. We have to see about their understanding, their focus, concentration and memory. So there's lots of activities that you can do for this. You can do lots of timed activities. So you can maybe set them a task that would only require them to concentrate for 2 minutes. If they're able to do this, you set them a task that needs them to concentrate for 5 minutes. If they're able to do this, then see if they can concentrate on a task for 10 minutes. Set realistic goals. Again, we don't want people to fail. We don't want to say, do this activity for 1 hour with someone that's got sensory overload. They are not going to be able to do that. So start small and work yourself up. That's the same for 2-stage commands, 3-stage commands. So one of the issues is following instructions. So you would start with the individual by just saying, for instance, go to the kitchen. So if the student is then able to go to the kitchen, you then can add another command on. Can you go to the kitchen and get a cup? Is a 2-stage command. A 3-stage command would be go to the kitchen, get a cup and fetch it back to me. So we're looking at how they can retain information and how they can memorize and remember what they've got to do. They've got to be able to, or you've got to know whether they can follow verbal instructions. So it can be that people have issues with understanding verbal information, but it might be that they can visually understand it. So is it that you've got to have pictures or things wrote down rather than being said? Or if people find it difficult to read, is it that they actually need verbal instructions to follow it out? A good way of looking at just how they are with like their focus and understanding is establishing a routine or structure in their day and looking at how they follow that and are they able to do that. So if you set them up with a new task, a new vocational task, would they be able to do that with enough practice so it becomes routine? Because you know that if they do something every day, they then can become independent with it. You can do lots of things of copying to look at memory and whether they can follow and understand. So if you're starting any task, one of the most important things is to demonstrate first, get them to observe, get them to try with you and then to do it on their own. So we can't expect somebody to be able to learn something if they don't know what they're doing. So how are they at copying your actions on your tasks? And I've said before, use a very graded approach. So you're looking at things that are easy to start with, and then you build it up so that you make it harder. And then you can look at where the cutoff point is between someone being able to manage and someone then having difficulties, to know where that stage is. If we're looking at gross motor skills and strength and stamina and coordination, there's very kind of physical and kind of formal things you can look at. So you can look formally at someone's range of movement. You can look at whether they're able to raise their arms, lift your arms out by the side. You know, are they able to move the legs, bend the legs? Are they able to bend? And you can do that either formally by looking at a full range of movement, or as I prefer, informally by watching them doing their everyday tasks. So you can look at someone's sitting balance by just seeing how they are. You can look at the range of movement by just watching them when they're eating or when they're getting off the bus or when they're interacting and moving around the school. Looking at sports and physical ability is a really good way of looking at what someone's strength and stamina and coordination is. So for our task, we know that normally you would need to stand for as long as it takes to fill the cup in. And if you're doing it as a job, you would be doing it multiple times. So instead of just saying to an individual, stand and out, and time them for how much they stand, observe them playing cricket. How many bats can they have before they fatigue and have to sit down? So you're looking at what they're doing, and again, it's the power of the observation, of looking to assess, and then matching that and thinking, yes, I've seen that person do the physical movements or have the stamina that we know is required for the task. And that's why it's important to look at the task first to know what we need to get them to do. So assessment of visual perception. So this is a really tricky one because it's often not something that's often very obvious. And this is one of the kind of hidden disabilities or hidden difficulties that come with lots of disabilities. And this has a huge effect about, for people to complete tasks independently. And it's not, when we say visual perception, it's not about how our eyes work and the anatomy of our eyes, but it's our brain's ability to be able to process what our eyes are seeing and then to have the action following it and the understanding. So examples of difficulties in these component areas that we need to see is, for instance, things like, say, figure ground, which is the ability to pick out the item or the necessary information that you need from lots of other information. So for instance, the picture that you can see, hopefully, with the umbrella and the cup and the saw and the pear. If I said to you, where is the cup? Hopefully most of you will be able to see it and point it out. But for people with visual perception issues, it gets lost in all that other information that they're trying to process. So for our task, it might be in a kitchen, if you have a cup on a shelf that's full of plates, bowls, spoons, trays, they're unable to pick out the cup from everything that they can see. One of the other things is being able to remember what you are looking at. So if you say to find the cup, but then you forget what you're looking for and go back, and your eyes, it's almost like your brain is not prompted by what you're looking at. There's things called visual closure. So it might be that if the individual has got to find a cup in a kitchen, but it's covered by another item, so only the handle is visible. Most of us would be able to know that a cup is behind it because we can see the handle and know that that would be a cup attached to it. But people with visual perception issues, there's lots of activities that you can do to help. And if you go on the internet and just search visual perception worksheets, there's lots and lots of sheets that you can have, that you can do with the people you're trying to work with to see whether they've got some of these issues. And the good thing is a lot of them don't need language, so it's not about reading, it's more to do with shapes. So it's really good for people with low IQ or obviously cultural differences and language barriers. It's not that it needs words, a lot of them is pictures. So sensory and assessing someone's sensory needs is really important, and we tend to think of this with people with autism, and it's really essential we do that with people with autism. But people without autism also have sensory difficulties. When we're looking and assessing people's sensory needs and likes and dislikes, again, a lot of it is observation. So you can experiment with lots of different textures and different smells, different things for them to listen to. How do they react? And observe how they are with them. So if they're doing something with a certain material Are they going to find that okay to touch, or are they going to become distressed by the touch of it? How are they with noise? If we're expecting them to do this task in a busy environment, is that going to be a barrier if they become sensory overloaded with noise? And we don't want them to have an issue with that. When I was doing some vocational training at Rakshar, we were looking at cleaning jobs, and one of the individuals that we were working with, we were using a cloth, the ones that are soft yellow on one side, and then on the other is the hard green surface to use on things like pans. And the minute he touched it, he had a really extreme reaction to it. He pulled his hands away. He would not touch it again. And that was a center for him to be able to do that, because he could not deal with the sensation of that cloth. So we then did it with a paper cloth instead, and he was absolutely fine with that. So he was able to do the task. We was able to clean the area like we'd asked him, but we had to change how we did it so that he was okay from a sensory point of view. So we've looked at the task. We know what we have to do for that. We know what the individual is capable of now because we've done assessments and observations. And now we have to look at the environment. So a quote from a lady who's a comedian. She said that her disability exists not because she uses a wheelchair, because the broader environment isn't accessible. There's lots of models of disability, but lots of people think that if the environment is accessible, then would we even have the terminology of a disability? Because everyone would be able to do and access everything. And it's really powerful. Sometimes it's not about you as an individual and your capabilities, it's about the environment that you're in and how you can access things. So when we're looking at making the environments not restrictive, and being inclusive, we often think of very physical things. So is there the need for a ramp? Is there need for some equipment? Are they able to access the toilets? Do they need special transport to get them to the vocational setting even in the first place? If someone has got to get on the bus to go to where their vocational work is and they're in a wheelchair, that is a barrier straight away. If they have to get on the new metro where there's lifts and level access, then that's a barrier that's being removed. Do they need a wheelchair? Do they need resources in Braille? So all very physical things we tend to think about when looking at inclusivity and being least restrictive. But there's a lot more to it. People tend to forget and not see the importance, but having access to cement or a safe way of exiting a building the way that everyone else does. If there was a fire in their vocational area, would they be able to get out safely? And what's the plan if that happens? Is there training that needs to be done? So training on the individual, but also more importantly, as you'll know, it's training of other people, especially in an area where they're not used to working with people with special needs. Is it something where you have to think about a quieter work environment for someone that has issues and can get sensory overload?
കഴിയുമ്പോഴേക്കും ജിൽബിക്ക് ഇത് ഇടാൻ ഭയങ്കര ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ്. അപ്പൊ അത് നോക്കിയിരുന്നൂടെ അല്ലേ?
Because they have vision. and they actually need the environment to be really light so that they can see better? Or have you got an individual in our environment that there's really bright lighting, and actually that is too visually stimulating for them? And then it would be better if the lighting was less and low. Access to movement breaks is really important for people that are sensory seekers. So people that are constantly needing feedback from their senses. So it might be that you have a task for someone, but the environment, it means that you have to give them the ability to leave that environment, to take a walk for 5 minutes in a different environment and come back. For those who are sensory seekers, is it that they need fidget items, so they've got something to do with their hands so that they can then focus on the task they are asked to do rather than being focused on seeking that sensory feedback? As I've said before, are different instructions needed to the environment, so the visual instructions, adapted resources, people with audio sensory overload, can they wear ear defenders or earmuffs on their ears to quiet the noise down? Can you work in a less busy area? And the environment, it's looking at how people interact with them. Environment isn't just a building, you know, it's the people around. So if you've got an environment where people are not being supportive and not being given instructions, that's going to be a barrier. Whereas if you've got someone who's supportive and they're getting good, positive feedback, then that is a benefit and a support and an ability for them to be able to manage in the environment. So just remember, when we're looking at inclusivity, environment, it's not always about a physical change like a ramp. It can be about how it is, the people and training and instructions. So another one of our core OT principles is about educating and advocating. So we need to educate others, and it's really important, especially in India, where people are not used to working and seeing people with different disabilities functioning. And the advocating, that's speaking on their behalf and saying, you know, this isn't right, this needs to be done, you have a responsibility to do this. So you've probably heard in other talks this phrase about reasonable accommodations, and that's changing the work environment so that people with disabilities can work safely and productively. And it's the law. So there's, you know, in India, the Rights of Persons with Disability Act, it says that the government shall take necessary steps to ensure reasonable accommodations for persons with disabilities. So they have to do it. It shouldn't be a choice, and it's difficult. And even, you know, in the UK, it's very difficult for people to meet this act and feel like it's their responsibilities and everyone's responsibility to be inclusive and to offer least restrictive environments for people to be able to be as independent and productive as they can. So some of these accommodations, again, remember that this is not something that, you know, if an individual's lucky, they should have this. This is what everyone with a disability should be able to expect. So if they're not able to access recruitment, so even before a job, the process of getting a job, they should be able to change the process so someone with a disability can have that opportunity to go for the interview the same as someone without a disability. It might be things like if someone's got a social anxiety disorder, that they have the same space that they can work in every day to reduce that stress. They know where their things are, they know their area, they know what the environment looks like. they know that they can go in and work in the way that they do every day to reduce some of the anxiety? Is it as easy as just allowing someone with a disability, you know, to work in a different area so that they can access it somewhere near a lift? Or people with issues with the bowels, is it that they actually need to work closer to the toilets? That's something, you know, that often gets forgot about, and it's a very essential thing and part of everyday living to access toilet facilities. Is it that they need special equipment providing? And the benefit of having, you know, companies making reasonable accommodations is that once these are in place, they're there normally and don't need re-looking at and you know, paying for it time and time again. It's normally, once it's set up, then it's there to last. And if an employer is in an area with someone with a disability is in an employment and things are set up for them so they can access it and manage, they're much more like employment or do that vocational task for much, much longer because they can manage it and they're well supported. So the benefit is that you get people who you can rely on to do the work. So remember, this isn't something that should, you know, this isn't something that is nice to be done. It should be done for people. And we need to really advocate for that. So we're just going to look at a short case study and use the examples that we've been using to know how we can look at a task and look at all those three component areas. So we're looking at the individual. So from our observations and our assessments, he's a 20-year-old male. He's got hemiplegia cerebral palsy. We know that he's got limited function and strength in his right arm and leg. He wears a splint and AFO on his right leg, and his balance is affected. He also has some autistic features and can have sensory overload. He can struggle to focus on task and vision, he struggles to focus on task, and he also has some vision difficulties. And he's a vocational student at a special school. So this is a summary. And as you know from what I've already talked about, we need to know a lot more of that. So we would look at what function does he have? What fine motor skills does he have? How long can he stand for? How does his sensory overload affect him? What level of noise? So this is the overview that we would have taken from looking at it in a much detailed way. So the task, so what we're wanting this individual to do is every day when it's chai time, we want him to be the one that fills the cups and hands them out to the students of a small group. So probably about 20 students we want him to prepare the chai for. And this is a vocational task that he can do and learn. And we already know from before that we've broken that task down into all those separate parts. So the environment, so he's at a special school. There's 100 students and plus staff. And the chai urn is placed on a table outside the kitchen. So again, this is just a brief summary. We would need to know a lot more details than that. So if we know what the task is in the individual, so we need to complete the activity analysis of the task. So once we've done that and we know what those component areas are, then we need to look at whether they're suitable for that task. So you have to match up. What do we know about the individual? What do we know about the task? Does it match? Is it a task that we think is suitable for that person? We need to identify the problem areas. So if we know, for instance, that the task requires someone to stand for 10 minutes and we know that the individual can only stand for 5 minutes, he's not going to be able to manage to stand for 10. That is now classed as a problem area. So we have to look at that. And when we're looking at that, we decide whether we compensate or adapt. So when we compensate, we change the way that they do it. So do they need to use a different technique? Do they need to look and learn? Do they need practice? Do they need rehab? Do they need to just use different techniques? So that's looking more at whether we can change the individual's way of doing it or change the task itself. Or do we have to adapt? So do we have to use equipment to help them do the task? So adapting is more looking at whether we can change the environmental factors. So remember, once you've identified the problem areas, you've got to then think about what we can do about it. If we've problem solved and come up with an idea, then the participant can be successful in completing the vocational task that we've given to them. If they're unsuccessful, we've got to start the process again. And this is really important. So if you're trying a task with somebody and they're struggling to manage, don't just do it once or twice or 3 times. You've got to go and really look at what you're trying to do and see if there's anything else that can be changed so that they can be independent with the task. So if we know that we might have solved some issues, but there's still remaining issues, go back to the start, look at that task again, the specific part that they're finding difficult, look at what we can do to get them to overcome that barrier. So here is the barriers that I identified. So the first thing is he's never been asked to do this task before. So what would we need to do about that? Is we have to take the time and do the training to explain the task, to get them to observe you doing the task so they can see what they've got to do, practice with support, and lots of positive praise. So, you know, by giving them that positive praise, they're getting that positive feedback, they're encouraged to do it again, keep trying, and then get the benefits of working. One of the issues we identified was that he's not able to stand long enough and gets fatigued and can lose his balance, which we know is a danger. So we're looking at the task and we know that you'd have to stand up for longer than he can manage. So we can look and adapt, and we can get a chair by the urn so we can remain in a seated position so that he can sit down, he's not at risk of falls, he's not using as much energy, so that after the task, he can then concentrate on his other daily tasks. And fatigue is something that when an individual is doing a new task, it's something that very much can take a lot of energy that we wouldn't necessarily use ourselves. And we've got to be aware of that. So we've got the task that we're looking at, but what other tasks have they got to do in their day? So for instance, a student who's doing vocational rehab at a school, if they're doing a new task at 10 o'clock in the morning, are they going to be able to do their other tasks in an afternoon, or are they going to be too fatigued? So again, when you were doing this, you can start by just getting him to do 2 cups, filling 2 cups up. Does he manage that? Yes. The next day, can he do 4 cups? And build it up and build it up so you can monitor how he is afterwards. So because of his hemiplegia, he's not able to hold a cup in his right hand and turn the tap on with his left hand, or vice versa. He doesn't have the bimanual function to do that. So we problem solve, and what we do is we put the urn on a block of wood so that it raises it higher so that you can rest the cup underneath where the tap is, and you can leave it there, and then he can use his left hand to turn the tap on and off while the cup is on the piece of wood, and then remove it. So he no longer has to hold the cup in one hand and turn the tap with the other. It can now become a unilateral task with just one hand. So he has difficulty in staying focused. So we know that there's 100 students at this school, lots of staff, lots of people going around, busy environment. So to help with the focus, we're going to move the table that's normally outside into the kitchen area, because there's less distractions and less, you can stay focused. And we have to establish a routine so that he knows when to come down, what he needs to do, and then have it. So if you've got a routine, it's easy to become focused because you know the steps that need completing. He struggles with lots of noise and a busy environment, so with the table inside. If the noise is getting too much for him, we've said that he can wear ear defenders to block out the noise. And we also we've also ensured that he's got a quiet space to go to. So if he does become overwhelmed, instead of him having a meltdown or getting distressed, he can leave that area and come back. And hopefully, with time, in the quieter environment, he can tolerate the noise in that area and be able to stay in there longer. So another problem area is that he can be unaware of the danger from the heat. So one of the solutions would be to put a coloured visual sign on the urn to remind him to be careful. And that can be there every day. He has problems being able to see the glass because of his eyesight. So if you think of the clear glasses that you can see through, his eyes can't perceive it when it's on the side. It doesn't stand out for him the same it would do for us. So instead of him pouring the chai into a glass cup, we change the cups to metal cups that are silver, that he can see. And he can see that, and then we've removed that barrier. So you can see from that example that there was training, there was adjustments, there was time and practice. So you have to be really patient when encouraging people with special needs with vocational work. You need a lot of patience, a lot of time, and a lot of practice. But with that, the individual is now able to participate in a daily productive task. This will in time increase his confidence and self-worth. This will improve his overall health and well-being. And by doing so, you've now got rid of that cross in the productivity section. You've now opened that up. He's got some productivity activities in his life. And we know when we do that, an individual can achieve occupational balance. And that's what we're aiming for. I think this is an absolutely wonderful quote from the International Labour Organization Director General in India. And it says, decent work should be a primary goal for everyone, including persons with disability. When we promote the rights and dignity of persons with disability, we are empowering individuals, strengthening economic security, and enriching society at large. You know, and my wish is that everybody is aware of that and everyone supports that and encourages that. And if you look at, you know, the benefits, when we're looking at the individual, you know, today we've really focused on the benefits from an individual point of view and their health and well-being, but there's a much, much bigger society benefit for people with disabilities participating in vocational work. You know, for people with disabilities to be more visible in the community, being independent with the jobs, and that will increase people's knowledge that people with disabilities are able, they can be positive influence on the environment and their actions and their jobs. They are more than capable of doing tasks the same as other people. And, you know, we need to really be pushing this. It's everyone's responsibilities for us to advocate for this and show the real positives that can come. You know, and families can often be reluctant for the children to participate in vocational work. They might think they're not going to get a job or they're not going to get paid work. What's the point in them doing this? And it's really important when we look at vocational work that it's not just about paid employment. It's about having a purposeful productivity activity in their life in order for them to get that occupational balance. So there's a huge lack of OTs in Kerala, and it's down to a lot of special educators to kind of bridge that gap in the role and that they do that. So today's been a bit of an insight into, you know, from an OT perspective, how we would look when we're assessing job analysis and looking at breaking a task and matching an individual up for that task and what we are taking into consideration. And we know, unfortunately, that it has to come under kind of your umbrella. And I just want to say that my time there, you know, the special educators do such an amazing job, and you should be very proud of what you do, because you make a real big difference in the people's lives that you're working with, and I've seen that. And just want to say, keep up the good work that you're all doing, because it's really hard to do your own roles and then also taking lots of other roles from other people's. You know, you should be really proud of what you're all doing. So I just want to finish by just saying thank you, you know, for inviting me and for the work and for doing this. The webinar is, you know, it's so important, this area, and it's a real privilege to be asked to be part of it, and hope that it's been a benefit to those listening.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. That was a brilliant session. So we are opening the forum for questions. Meanwhile, can I ask you a couple of things, and can I tell you about some of the things which I thought was very informative?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the typical phrase that you used, like called occupational balance, occupational deprivation, that was something which is new to me. I mean, those words, and I thought that was brilliant. And the triad you spoke about, the task, individual, and the environment for an occupational therapist or for a special educator as an assessment and how to go forward with it, that was simply amazing. I have a query for you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I have a query for you. It is regarding informal assessment that you spoke about.
Yeah.
What generally happens is that, like you mentioned, in Kerala, we have very less occupational therapists. So usually we go into centers to access assessment from the specialists. So most of the time, what parents do is, if the OT or if the speech and language pathologist asks for them to bring in the children multiple times, you know, they kind of grimace, and you know, they have to take leave and things. So how do we go about doing this informal assessment, you know, in situations like that? Because see, most of the most of the schools or the vocational centers don't have an OT, like you rightly said. So how
Yeah.
do we go about you know, trying to empower them on this aspect of informal assessment, which we all, I'm sure, agree with you on?
Yeah. I think I'm a big believer in informal assessments. There's obviously a purpose of formal assessments, but sometimes I think, like, say, putting a number or a percentage on something is not often beneficial. You know, sometimes it is. I think the biggest, one of the biggest clues on how someone functions is to look at someone in a very familiar environment. So if you've got an individual that's going to an OT for an assessment in a new environment, it's going to be completely different. They're going to have anxiety and there's going to be all sorts of things. Whereas for you, when you've got the students in your own schools and own areas, you've got them in a familiar environment to start with, and you can observe them doing their normal. So I would just observe them doing their normal routines first. So how are they managing? With part of the assessments, what I didn't really go into it is doing and speaking to the people that know them best, which is normally the parents, and asking them, you know, are they independent with getting washed in the morning? You know, what are they needing help with? Say for a task like that, you know, if you know someone's independent getting themselves washed, you know that they've got that functional skills are at that level. You know, are they able to feed themselves? You know that they've got that functional level. So look at what they're managing in an everyday, you know, in their everyday kind of tasks. And then you've got that as your baseline. And it's incorporating different activities. So say if I thought what someone's functional skills are like, thinking of a task that you could do in your environment where you can observe informally their functional skills. But even if you just observe them, say, even at lunchtime, you know, how are they moving their hands when they're feeding themselves? Are they able to scoop the rice up? Are they able to pick their cup up? Have they got the grip? So it's looking at, it's almost everybody's got the ability to observe. And when we're doing these assessments, we can do it in a way where we can look at them and, you know, take notes, you know, what are they managing, what are they not managing. And I just think I know I've said it 1,000 times, but it's that observation that you've all got the power to do, really, and looking and what I can do is I can send you some information about what areas to look for and what to look out, you know, and break it down a little bit. And I can send some information on that you can distribute, because I think that would be useful.
So maybe the tip for the special educators and people working with in the vocational arena would be probably to get an occupational therapist and work with them at least on a part-time basis. Would that be your call on this?
I would love for there to be so many OTs in India to help you all out. And if you can access it, then I would definitely get their expert, you know, help with. And it's just what happens when you can't access an OT. And I think it's almost having a plan of what you need to look out for, you know, so you can have templates that say, you know, the fine motor skill, balance, strength, upper range movement, lower range movement, you know, concentration. So you can have that almost with you to look at and say, right, we've looked at all these areas and now we can do it. So I can send some information out to you for that to distribute, so that you've got kind of some prompting that an OT would normally be prompt and say, oh, have you looked at this and have you looked at this area? So I can send that out to you.
Yeah. So participants, I don't see any. Just a minute. I think there's a question.
Hi, I have a question.
Hi.
This is Pramila from Dubai. Hi, Kim. It was a wonderful, comprehensive presentation. Congratulations. I'm sure the students of Sneha Sadan would have received the acquired knowledge from whatever you have said. It's beautiful. And to that setup, yesterday I was the speaker, just to give an introduction. I'm a special educator as well. And what based on the question, exactly you have given the functional skills in a routine and activity based intervention. Absolutely, that will really work when a special educator in a classroom setup, if it is conducted in a co-creative way. Where in Dubai, what we do in a classroom, we always have co-teaching, where we have occupational therapists, where we have physical therapists, and all OTs, everyone in the same setup at different routines we take. So that was amazing for me. It is like walking on the my memory lane. Fantastic presentation. I would love to connect with you. We also do have some projects I would love to connect. I'll get your contact with Sister Lisa Grace, and we shall connect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think it's almost
Thank you, Ms. Kim. That was a brilliant session.
Sorry,
Sorry,
yes.
like
we're saying.
when I've been working in the UK, we will often instruct the teaching staff what they can be working on. So even if you can't get an occupational therapy in the class with you all the time, or it being a frequent thing, it's being able to ask them and say, what can we work on to improve their skills? You know, to bridge the gap in between.
Hello, Kim, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rita, did you have a question for Kim? Okay. So thank you so much for this brilliant session, Ms. Kim. And please stay with us because we are having a closing ceremony. And before that, participants, please stay online. And I want all of you all to switch on your video so that we can take a picture, a photograph. Yeah, please, all the participants are requested to switch off or switch on your videos. I hope all of you all can hear me. Yes, sisters, I can see you all. I think we need to keep smiling. Some of the sisters are looking very grim this evening. Okay, now we are going on to our closing ceremony. Every story has an ending, but Sneha Sadan College, for us, every ending is a new beginning. Now, a special educator, speech and language pathologist who is a master's in psychology, presently she works with children with diverse learning needs in Bahrain. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Ms. Jasira Samshir to evaluate and share the strong points of VOCAS. Ms. Jasira, the stage is yours. Jasira will be with us in a short while. We're just getting her connected to our audio. Jasira, are you there?
Sister
Marima, I think you need to mute your video. I can hear you, Sister Marima. Okay, I think Jasira is not able to connect. So I'm moving over to Mr. Anish Thangachan. He's an assistant teacher from Royal College for the Hearing Impaired, Kodamangalam. Anish, I invite you to give us an evaluation of our program.
Hello, madam. Do you hear me?
Yes, Anish, you're loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Anish, and I am here to present the vote of thanks for our international webinar, VOCAS 2021. I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to all the delegates of the webinar for their presence and contribution to make this very effective. Thanks for enlightening us with your inspiring and motivating words. A special thanks to the organizing committee of Sneha Sadan College of Special Education, Angamali, for your coordination and hard work. Heartfelt thanks to all special educators for active participation. Thanks all to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this webinar. With these warm words, we have to move to the end of our 3 days international webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anish. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize on behalf of Jasira. She's got an unavoidable accident that has happened to her child, so she's unable to come because she has to connect with us from Bahrain. She was here with us 10 minutes ago, but then I think she was called in because of this unavoidable circumstances. Please bear with us. And now we have a Thanksgiving song from our team. Please stand by for it.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, from my heart. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, from my heart.
Now we have the national anthem. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there was some disturbances. Meanwhile, we have come to the close of our ceremony. And good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for bearing with us throughout these 3 days. We had wonderful faculty, and I think you delegates have been the best. I hope from the faculty and the team in Sneha Sadan, I hope you all got a lot of enrichment and empowerment in the area we work in. And thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. This is Minias Thomas signing off from Sneha Sadan College of Special Education. Bye. Kim, thank you so much for staying with us.
Okay, thank you.
And also Miss Pramila, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Any more questions or anything? Because we are done with the 3-day webinar. Anybody has got any questions or anything? If not, you can sign off and leave the meeting, because we are through our closing ceremony too. Bye, Kim.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Yeah, bye.
I'll get your email address and send some things through.
Oh, okay. Can I share it through chat?
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'll put it on. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a minute. I'm just typing it in. I've put it across. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Thank you, sisters. I think you all have been wonderful. And Anu, I have to tell you, Anu alias, you've been amazing, because I think you are the only one who's, what do you say? The video was on all the time, and I was noticing you quite well. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
മറ്റവരെ സ്ക്രീൻഷോട്ട് കിടപ്പില്ലായിരുന്നു അത് ഞെക്കിയതാ പോയ ഞെക്കിയതാ
മാഡം.